Market is doing. Apple is strong. So that was that's kind of closing as a doji on NVDA. Market is doing. Apple is strong. So that was that's kind of closing as a
Good morning, everyone. It's September 18, 2023, 9:31 in the morning. Market just opened. Looking at what SPY is doing, SPY is opening below previous candlestick on the daily. So strategy today is to stay on the sideline until we get to have a 15-minute setup. So looking at the pre-market of what the SPY did, it's very interesting that it opened below this low of previous candlestick. So market looks very weak. So just finishing up my level here, pre-market high on SPY is 444. We're not gonna have an opening range breakout or breakdown strategy today. With the market being so erratic, strategy that had been working is the 15-minute setup. So still on that level for SPY. Let's see what AMD is doing. AMD as well, looking like a SPY here. Looks like AMD have found the bottom there. So that is the level for AMD. AMD looks like it had found a bottom. So that is the level for AMD. AMD looks like it is forming a VWAP here. AMD looking good for a long, but we're not going to be taking any trades yet. Like it had found too early. Let's look at Mara. So Mara is filling the gap. It was an opening very strong, but now it's filling the gap. Now the resistance that AMD is heading to is the wick of 101.29. Previous candlestick wick at the daily. So just finishing up the levels here. Pre-market low, pre-market high, 84.28. This is coin that I'm watching now. SPY is already up by 0.06%. Already is inside this previous candlestick. So AMD looking very bullish here. So plan with AMD is AMD if, let's see, if AMD have a pullback at the VWAP, and then from the VWAP, this can be a potential for a bounce. So let's see here, a pullback at the VWAP and then a long once we get to have a pullback at the VWAP. Just because looking at the daily looks like this can have a potential to even test the pre-market high, which is 102.49, but it's looking very, I don't like entering far from VWAP because it can easily retest VWAP as well. So I would rather have an entry at the VWAP for a long. So since, let's see here, good entry here is around 100.94. Still waiting for that pullback for a long. There is a big bid here, 101.21. Let's look at BABA, ARM, NVIDIA, I'm not getting a pullback here for AMD. So this can pretty much be still a long, but I did not want to enter until I got a pullback at the VWAP. So it's okay. I'll wait for another entry there to the long. SQL, how much is the float? This is a low float of the day. Apple now, first red candlestick at the 1 minute, looks very overextended. No trades yet for me. So no trades, just finishing up the watch list and finishing up the levels here. The only thing that had a gap up is cryptocurrency. So Mara, Coin, those are the one that is in the gap up. Look at this NVIDIA. NVIDIA had a waterfall and then looks like it had found a level there, bottom. So that's NVIDIA. We have a level in AMD. So AMD, I was waiting for a pullback, but this one is a little bit much of a pullback. So let's see if this one is really, I wouldn't have this one to the long now because of this huge candlestick here, because we don't even know whether this one still has a potential for it to move higher versus is this really is a sell-off with AMD. So let's just look at that. ARM is afloat. I think this one is a new company, only a third day. Had an IPO last week. Okay, BABA pre-market high 87.1, pre-market low is, it already is below the pre-market low. So let's see. Okay, AMD, we have a support here, the pre-market low. I am taking a little long. Let's see if we have a potential for a bounce. Little long at AMD. Added to my position in AMD, small long on AMD. Stop loss here is just below this 99.83. So just below this level, 99.83 is the stop loss. Starting to get close to my stop loss here. Stop loss is just low of that level, 99.84. Getting my orders ready, 99.84 is the stop loss. So let's see here. There's a huge drop right here, AMD. So let me just put in what is my entry here. Not the best entry, 100.43, just because I added there. So this is the entry here. So now this one has a nice curl. I don't like that the volume is not there when we're pushing up. So that means this can still test that S3 support. So hands is on the trigger if this one goes really close to my stop loss, 99.88, 84. So let's see here. Okay, so I'm out of AMD. AMD is still not ready for a pushed up. Let's see if this one still has a potential for a long versus now a short. So let's see here. SPY is having a pullback. What is NVIDIA doing? Okay, re-entering long here, but this is going to be the last tests or last entry to the short. Still, the stop loss here is now at 99.71 AMD. That level at the daily, so I got interested with that daily. Just because this level right here, we tested at 99.64. So stop loss is low of the day. Low of the day, 99.70 is the stop loss now. So I'm just gonna get ready with my stop loss here. If ever it gets the pullback, then I am out. So 99.70. Let's give it 0.01, so 99.69 is the stop loss. That was a big drop on AMD. Let's see what SPY is doing. SPY is just doing nothing, just flat. So 99.69 is the stop loss. So now, since I got stop out with this big drop, my new entry here now is 100.06. Stop loss is 99.69. This level is still being get retested. So we have been defending this level, S3, acting as a support there. Now, if this support S3, that 100 is broken, then this one still has the potential to still sell off heavy. So hands is on the trigger. If this one, so let's see here if this is gonna stop me out. Stop loss is 99.69. $99.69, looking at the tape and seeing whether 99.69 will print on the tape. 99.80s, 73, 72. Okay, I'm out of NVIDIA. So that was a loss in, that was a loss in AMD. Looking again at the daily here, this is the daily, how many days ago? 825, so more than a month ago, we did have that level there, and we did retouch that level. Been thinking of rethinking long. This is gonna be the last trade here. So re-entered long here. I got stop out twice with AMD already. Volume did pick up there at that level. So tons of volume came in. Added to my position here. So now 100.14 is my entry. So not the best entry. I did have to build my position there. But that one was a surge of buyers that came in. So surge of buyers came in, got stop out, looking at the daily touched that a month ago's level. This one is already working in my favor, but I did have to get stop out 2 times. SPY, let's see, SPY, did we find a level? Still has. So AMD had been working now, but it did stop me out a couple of times. Entry here is 100.14 because I added to my position. So since I added, my average cost is at 100.15. Expect some pullback to happen here. We are having that, let's see, struggling at 100.96. Waiting for the volume to start to pick up. NVIDIA is promising because it's the same sector as AMD, but AMD is very, it could be a laggard. NVIDIA is very strong, about to break the high of the day in NVIDIA. So Apple here, that took a while. NVIDIA is now testing the high of the day. So AMD, this one was a good long, but lots of struggle here. The thing about the struggle here is if you look at the higher time frame, just because of that large wick, that's why large wick is always hard to to trade. So since this is my entry here, 100.14, I'm still not partialing. This can pretty much just have a pullback as well. Let's see. SPY have a nice curl here. Struggling here. We do have that moving average at AMD. Let's see if we have a reversed. You have a big drop off here, huge candlestick, and then struggling to have that moving average. That's a moving average there as well. So still in this trade. Nvidia is just making new high of the day. So same sector as AMD. Nvidia is down by $6. AMD is now a lot of traders are seeing the potential in AMD. So still a lot of traders now are picking up AMD for a long. Entry here is at 100.16. So good entry. And then let's see it as SPY. SPY have found the bottom, which is a pre-market 442, and then now at 442.57. So curling up, as well as my AMD trade here. I did have to add to my position AMD, but if I made a big position here, that could have given me a very good entry. But since I added here at the pop, my average cost is at 100.15. So it already moved $1. I only have 700 shares. That already gave me more than 700 profit unrealized because I haven't taken any partial yet. So whatever loss that I have here was still already up. This one, expect a retest at the VWAP as well. That can be a potential, especially at the 1 minute, because SPY just found a resistance right there, which is in that moving average. So struggling there. SPY looking really good. AMD rejection at the 5 minutes. Some pullback right here. Haven't had any partials yet, just because I am only 700 shares. So SPY have a pullback. So we are now at the moving average here at AMD. The thing that made AMD hard to trade was, look at the big wick that happened in the 15 minutes. So it's not as clean, but that's why a lot of this one got stop out, another stop out, and this one. We are heading to the SPY. Let's see, SPY have a rejection at the VWAP. So another rejection here. AMD or Nvidia have found high as well. Entry here is still here. So we are just heading to consolidation with SPY. Look at how wicky the 15 minutes candlestick is at SPY. But looking at AMD still doing higher high, higher low. So we are still in this trade. Now it's going to be too aggressive to add to a trade at this level. Now, if you notice, even before like the first 15-minute candlestick, I was already waiting for a pullback at the VWAP. The pullback that I was waiting for was more than the pullback that I was hoping. It was actually a huge drop here. But the reason why I was long bias on AMD is looking at the daily. The daily had about to reach that pre-market low. That low was also touched a month ago, which is August 25th. So we do have a support right there. So 2 times that support was touched. The more that support is touched, the more strong that support is. It doesn't necessarily have to hold the support. So again, everything is just probability, and you just wanted to check as well if SPY supports that thesis, then the most you have a higher case that will go in your favor. So right now we are just on consolidation here. Look at the daily as well as the 1 minute. 1 minute is just consolidating, but we're still above the VWAP. So what is the rest of the market doing? Are they supporting our bias that the market is strong today? SPY is consolidating. Apple looks like it has a pullback. It touches the pre-market high. Have that pre-market high as a support. There's no trade to take in Apple. This can pretty much be a bull flag pattern where there is a pullback and then now heading higher, but there's not really a big, looking at the daily, there's not a big support here, because this can also just test this level right here. So I am not going to be taking any trades in Apple right now. It's too hard to tell where or what this one wants to do. Unlike AMD, that we found the support there a month ago, as well as that pre-market low. So that pre-market low that we have placed there is 99.9. So entry here, 100.14. So we are still above the VWAP. We're struggling at that level, 101.2. SPY now is below the VWAP, so it's not a good thing. Big seller right here, big bid, 100.70. So expect a pullback at 100.70. Now it went away. Did that order get filled? So still holding this. Nvidia still looks, just had a little bit of a pullback. AMD, So, so what is the level that I am looking at? AMT. The next level that we are looking for this one to break is if it can test the high of the day, 100.53. At this level, you should not be taking any trades at this level because this is at the VWAP. VWAP can just get retested, can act as a support, can act as a resistance. So you should not open any position at this point. The only reason why I'm holding AMD is because my entry here is at 100.14. So this is my entry here. That's why I am able to tolerate those consolidation. But you should not be entering or starting a position with AMD at this point. So many wicks, and there would not be an edge to do a long or do a short here. So what I'm waiting for is for a SPY to make a decision for this to push up. We do have a big resistance right there, the low of that candlestick 443.37. There's not, if you notice right here, there's not a lot of volume picking up even with a SPY. So that means this can also just be a bunch of algo that's going back and forth. So it doesn't necessarily mean that SPY needs to have a big candlestick in the daily. This can just be like this little candlestick here. So that makes it a little tougher for day trader to trade. So now we are below the moving average here. How does our 5 minutes looks like? 5 minutes is still in this support of 100.77. So the reason why I am keeping this trade, look at the 15 minutes. 15 minutes, we are still above the VWAP. Apple here. Now with Apple, this could have been a good 9 EMA trade, right? You have a pullback to your 9 EMA, you long to the 9 EMA. The only thing though is that is the setup, that's the A+ setup if your daily is a gap up. But look at the daily. Daily just retested this level, your 176.43. So since the daily is not the A+ setup of a gap up and then a pullback to the 9 EMA, this is not an A+ setup for a 9 EMA. This can pretty much still work, but probability of this testing again this level is low compared to if the daily is a gap up. So AMD here looks very promising. It is, thinking of keeping AMD here. This can test. First resistance here is, of course, the high of the day, 101.52. NVIDIA already formed a new high of the day here, and then about to test the new high of the day with NVIDIA. So same sector as AMD. So AMD, there you go. Next destination, about to test. It can test 101.53. It doesn't necessarily have to go there now with this candlestick. It can still consolidate here. How long will the consolidation be? It can take any minute, any time, as long as it haven't had any buyers or anyone that is willing to jump into this trade. Let's see the volume, 806,000. So 12 million shares being actively traded now. So that's a good volume for AMD. SPY, look at this volume with SPY. Look at how flat that is. Comparing from Friday, which was 1.8 million, now we are 91,000. So I wouldn't be surprised if this one is just going to be a tiny candlestick for the daily. So AMD is working now. Very nice move here. Retesting now the high of the day, very close to that high of the day. Resistance there, 101.35. Looking at any other let's look at the daily here. That's why it's very important that you get to look at the higher time frame. The only reason why I got that bias is because of this. We got that bounce once it have reached that level here, which happened again at this. So we have a pullback with the SPY, so expect some pullback here as well. How much of a pullback are we looking at here? So what I'm looking at now is SPY is rolling over, but did you see how AMD is holding this level? Could be just a laggard as well. We do have a lot of bid here, so expect some pullback there, 101. So pullback at 101. Let's see the SPY are reforming new lows. Still is have a little bit of, it still is higher high, higher low. Just had a pullback at 442, but are we supporting that level? Now, of course, this one I won't make this one into a red trade. So what I'm looking at now is so my stop loss, well, my entry is 100.14. We just had a pullback there. SPY had a pullback and then just a bounce up. So all those shorts got short squeeze. 15 minutes still is very bullish here. Have the support at 100.74. SPY, are we picking up any volume here? Interesting enough, even if we do have a big candlestick here, look at the volume. Volume is still not there. But with that pop, we are sitting comfortably with AMD here. That little bit of a pullback was not enough to shake us out of the trade. SPY now is pushing up the moving average. Look at this pop. This is the volume that I was waiting for. So volume is now there. AMD about to test again that 101.53. Let's see the pop in SPY if that can if that pop can continue. So right now AMD is sitting comfortably here with AMD. Entry here 101.14, 13, and now it moved more than $1. So yeah, a little bit of a shake off right here, or I get to have 1, 2 stop out, but then we were able to capture that move right here. So volume is now picking up. We have 101.47. So let's see here, a little bit of a pullback. Let's see, the volume did pick up there. SPY has a potential to close green here. We're flat by 0. So yeah, this one is really, really fun. I forgot how fun it is to trade on Monday. AMD about to test high of the day, 101.54. Sitting comfortably here. Still have not taken any partial. There you go. There you go. Perfect. Great. That's awesome. Great. So we have found a bit of, we have a moving average there. This still has a potential still. So up by 1K. All right, so time to trail that stop. Trailing the stop just because that one already was a big move right there. So trail the stop. So we are now inside the body of this candlestick right here. What is our next resistance there? Next resistance. So this one still has, it really has a good potential to still be a mover. SPY is just about to test the high of the day. A little bit of a pullback there. So stop loss right here is almost getting ready to get stop out there. Just below this candlestick. Okay, so that was a good move right there from 100.14 all the way to 101.48. So very good trade. So looking at what other trades we can take. AMD still has a potential here. We're heading to the pre-market high. Or sorry, this is BABA now. AMD. So got stop out there. Yeah, there's no trade to take there. So let's see if what trades we can take. BABA now. Just looking at this, just because what time is it? 10:15. So 10:15, we already have a pretty good move at. A little bit of a pullback here. Now I'm not short bias with AMD because AMD still has a potential for this one to even just test this candlestick and just go, yeah, this huge inside this huge candlestick. So no trades to take in AMD. So let's look for an easier trade. Nvidia now. Nvidia, just too high price of a stock. Now this is the time that I get to look at AMD, and AMD still has a potential for this one to move. Of course, I'm out of my shares. I'm out of my position. So yeah, let's look at an easier trade. Let's look at BABA. What I'm looking at BABA now is look at the daily. We are heading to the high of this candlestick, the body, about to touch that pre-market high on BABA, which is this wick right there. So thought process here is BABA was a gap down. It opened right here. It filled the gap, tested that support, tested the support, filled the gap. Now we are heading to that resistance. What I'm looking at here is a higher time frame of an inverted hammer. So either in the 5 minutes or the 15 minutes. First red candlestick of a hammer or an inverted hammer, then I would like to short that. Of course, supported by a volume, supported by level 2 as well as the tape. So BABA struggling here, 87. Now you don't want to short it now because this can pretty much just, those who are trying to short it can also just get short squeeze. So what you wanted to do is to even have this try to go up high of, now this is the pullback here, 86.24, 90. So we're just waiting for a reversal on BABA here. Know that this can also just go pushed up as well. So that's a probability. Volume is picking up there. I want this one to test first 87.11. So looking at BABA, let's see if we can have a So BABA struggling at this level. Let's see what our 5 minutes looks like. 187. So I'm waiting for a short entry here in BABA. No entry yet with BABA. This can just squeeze the shorts. This is still has the potential first to push up 87.09. So no reason to short it yet. This one is still higher high, higher low. Very strong. Oops. Still very strong move here. So first BABA, looking at the 5 minutes, if it goes below 86.9, I am shorting this. So 86.9, potential for a short, because at that level, that would be a reversal, because that's going to create a lower low, lower high. But if it doesn't go below 86.9, then there's no trades to take. So looking at the tape, as well as level 2, 86.95, 96. Looking at the daily, So 86.90, 95, struggling there. Let's look at the 15, 95. Hands is on the trigger, 86.95, 92, 90. Okay, entering short here. Stop loss here is tight, 87.05. So stop loss here, 87.05. That can also just be a faked out. So 87.05 is the stop loss. Giving it a 0.01 move, 87.06. So this one, so 87.06. AMD looks like a good short, but again, I'm like a long bias in AMD, so not gonna take that. Okay, so I'm out of this trade. It went past through my stop loss. So yeah, out of that trade. Look at this, we're falling over. Do we have okay, so now we are at the pre-market high at BABA. Let's look at what it'll do at this level. So BABA stopped me out there, but I only have a small position. We did have surge of buyers stepping in. We have that pre-market high acting as a resistance there. Let's see what our 5 minutes looks like. 5 minutes still looking very bullish. Just waiting for a reversal here. Let's look at our daily. Thinking of reshorting this one, but 5 minutes is still very bullish. This can good short here is still at that 86.92, but this one is still above the moving average. Looks like this one wants to close, try to close. It's flat now. We are green at BABA. Struggling at that level, 87.09. That is the low of this candlestick. SPY is just consolidating, having a little bit of a pullback. Thinking of reshorting this one just below this moving average. 86 point. We'll reshort this one at 86.97. 6.97 is the entry to the short. 6.97, waiting for that price in the tape. Still not being printed. Wow, that one was a short squeeze there. So this is gonna test again that 87.10. Another rejection there. So entry to the short is at 86.97. If it goes below 86.97. Struggling at 87. Thinking of a short at 86.97. Hands is on the trigger for 86.97. We're 98 now. 98. Enter to the short. Stop loss is just the high of the day as well. So shorted BABA. Volume was struggling there when we're pushing up. So my entry here is 86.96. So that is the entry. AMD had a nice pullback here. Just covering all my position. I still have 10% left there. So let's just cover that position. All out at AMD here. BABA. So short BABA here. Let's just watch BABA here. Just short a small position. So let's see, first red candlestick here for BABA. So entry is 86.96. Let's see if it's a good place to add. So entry 86.96 and stop loss 87.15. So risking 19 cents here. So risking 19 cents for this trade. Stop loss is high of the day, 87.15. Looking at Mara. Mara is just not clean at all. Okay, Baba, let's see if this is gonna stop me out. I have a small position. The reason why I have a small position is because I do have a wider stop loss, which is all the way at top here, 87.15, but only with 400 shares. That's gonna give me $76 risk, or 0.19 shares risks per share. Big volume there. Okay, added to my position. Added to my position here. So now that I added to my position, my entry is 86.95. 86.95 is the entry to the short. So still consolidating here. I need to break for this one to break this level. Otherwise, this can just short squeeze as well. But look at the trend here. We have reversed the trend there, but this can pretty much still just go up. So we are at below this moving average here, which is good. Well, acting as a support still. If that moving average is broken, then has a higher probability. Otherwise, I'm still has that stop loss at the high of the day. Let's see, was that a big volume or just 25,000 volume here? See at the so 15 minutes, this one is still inside this candlestick. So stop loss is still high of the day. So hands is on the trigger to cover in case it tests the high of the day, 87.15. If it tests 87.15, then I am out of this trade. So that's the thing about BABA though, the price action that I've been noticing. Yeah, not a lot of fluid movements with BABA. Today, if you were long at the VWAP, that could have given you a good trade on BABA. But this pretty much can just consolidate for a while as well. So yeah, well, this one is consolidating, trying to see what it wants to do. We'll just look at any other stocks that's giving us a good trade. So 15 minutes, we still have that. So this one is higher than this, so our level is still reversed in that. But I don't like that it's a very tight range here. That means it just can go anywhere as well. That can just short squeeze me including. But that's why stop loss is right here, 87.14. Okay, so this one is now working on my favor at least because that is the level of my entry. We are now below the moving average. So SPY is having a pullback, which is good because I am short BABA. So
Hello?
all right, so BABA here is working nicely. Now, how low can this one go? It depends as well on what the SPY is gonna do. SPY is just very erratic. Look at that big wick. So that's all right. So BABA, just looking at here, let's see if this one still has some room to move down. SPY is helping our short trade in BABA. BABA have that moving average as a support, waiting for that moving average to be broken. Looking at AMD here, big rejection there. Did not want to take it because I was long bias in AMD, so did not want to, not really sure how low this one can go because we did find a good support there. This can just be a pullback because SPY is having a pullback. So look at how tiny the candlestick is for the daily candlestick for the SPY is. That's why it can already, you can already imagine how erratic those moves are, how wiki those moves are. So Baba here, waiting for that support to be broken. Looking at coin here, well, looking at Tesla as well. Look at Tesla. Formed like a double bottom here. But the daily, I don't really like the daily in Tesla. There's really no edge here on where this one wants to go. Coin is a gap up, but look at the daily. Daily is not clean at all. So even if this one have formed that double bottom, what is that level here? So yeah, double bottom on coin, but the daily is just bunch of consolidation. So you don't want to be involved in that. Retested that level, acting now as a strong resistance, 86.92. So let's see, what is this move, the potential for this move. So the resistance that we encountered here was this 87.05. That is the previous candlestick low, that candle, the body of that candlestick. Fifteen minutes still looking bearish here. So where is the new stop loss now? New stop loss here is just this high of 87.11 is the new stop loss here. If it goes above 87.11, then I am out of this trade. I'm not gonna use the high of the day anymore because we already formed this lower low, lower high. Since we already have formed this lower low, lower high, instead of this as my stop loss, this is now my stop loss just above that green line that is pre-market high, just above that wick as well. So that means if this passed through that level, which is the high of this wick, the high of the pre-market, then that means it's heading higher, and I don't have any business of being in the trade. So this one, look at the volume bar right here. So it retouched it, tested that 86.95, big rejection. This can be an anomaly here, big volume. If this one was a red one, we can be confident that we're heading lower, but this one is a white candlestick. Although it's an inverted hammer, we have a big volume bar. So again, stop loss here is 87.11. So if your entry is around this level when it lost that support, which is 86.92, if your stop loss is 87.11, you're risking 19 cents. So if you're risking 19 cents, you want to have at least a move of at least like 0.38 there. So the way I calculate it is 0.38, so 86.92. So 92. $73. So at this level, at around 73, that's already a 2-to-1 risk to reward ratio. So if your entry is at 86.92, right, 86.92, and you're risking 19 cents. So 19 cents, this is gonna be 19 cents profit, and then twice as much is gonna be around here. So 54. All right. So if your entry is at 92, 86.73 is your 1-to-1 reward to risk ratio. If your entry is at 92, 54 is your 2-to-1 reward to risk ratio. So just a bunch of consolidation here. Mara. Let's look at if there's any other. I just don't like the daily for Mara. Nvidia looks like it's rolling off. AMD, wow, look at this. I'll be interested again in seeing AMD touch this level, 99.46. So BABA, 15 minutes, still looking bearish, lower low, lower high. So we're still in that trend. But that's why you want to have a small position with a stop loss at 87.11 right here. Now if this candlestick closes and let's say another candlestick now opens right here, then you can even move your stop loss at this candlestick now. Right? So let's see. We still have less than 2 minutes before a new 15-minute candlestick form. The way I move my stop loss is if a new candlestick form, let's say right here, right now your stop loss should have been at 87.11. If a new candlestick form in 1 minute in this level, you can now start to move your stop loss above the wick of this candlestick. So still looking bearish here, lower low still. So no reason to exit this trade still. Should still be in this trade. So this is the one that I was talking about earlier. Apple have formed that 90 MA trade, but since it's not a gap up, look at that. It still moved to the VWAP, but not as high as testing the high of the day because it's not a gap up, so it's not as strong. So that's why the setup there is not an A+ setup, because although you are forming the 90 MA, but the gap up component in the daily is not there. That's why I did not want to take that. So BABA here is rolling over. So now 86.92, that one was your entry. You're about to hit 1-to-1 risk to reward ratio. If you have a small position, looking at the 15 minutes, you can just still keep at this point, not partial yet, just wait for a reversal. So this is so looking at, okay, should you move your stop loss now? Stop loss right now should have been at 87.11. Now, since this one is still forming, the next candlestick, you can start moving your, if it's of course below, that's the time to move your stop loss to 87.03 once we have a new 15-minute. Well, it's not there when we're pushing up. So at this point, I am just gonna switch my candlestick to 15 minutes. The test the time is 10:58. So switching it up to 15 minutes. So now I'm looking for a different stock just because BABA is taking forever for the move. So I'm still short of BABA. Average cost here is at 86.95. So this level is my short. Just a reminder for me. All right, let's look at a different stock to trade while I'm waiting for a more push down with BABA. All right, so that is the move that we're waiting for. We have a good entry here, 86.94. So yeah, this is a good trade right here. Let's see what Neo's doing. Neo, nah, don't like the daily. You, what is you? Float to 32 million. AMC, I don't like the daily. So I'm just going over my scanner here, BFE. So for me to scan through this, looking at the daily. PLTR, nothing. No. Okay, going over Apple. This one is not even moving. Not moving. So BABA turned out to be a good trade here. Testing that support now, 86.69. So if your entry had been at 86.92, this is already, you're risking this much. So your stop loss now should have been moved at 87.03. So yeah, new stop loss here should have been now at 87.03. You move that stop loss when you have a new candlestick that is forming. And so if your stop loss is at 87.03, entry is at 86.92. So technically with this trade, you are just risking 10 cents. So with that 10 cents move, the 92, 72, this is already a 2-to-1 risk to reward ratio. But yeah, feel free to move your stop loss at 87.03. Let's see, coin, Mara, cryptocurrency stuff have found the bottom. Retesting this support again, 86.721, waiting, yeah, there you go, just broke that support. So the thing with the 15 minutes trade is it takes a while for that to move in your favor. So that just requires more patience, right? But more patience with a higher probability. I'll take that kind of trade anytime. So I only traded two stocks, which is AMD and BABA. Short BABA at this level. I shorted here, got stop out, that's okay. And now I restarted to short again at 86.94, and now it already moved. So 86.94. Now we are 86.56. We are heading to the VWAP. So pretty much a good trade here. So yeah, 15 minutes, what I've been noticing with a wiki SPY, most especially with this very tiny candlestick for the daily, you're better off sticking with a 15 minutes candlestick. Higher time frame, it will require you to be in the trade longer, but at the same time has a higher probability. So if you entered 86.92, you should have had at least some partial at 86.55 because that's already a 2-to-1 risk to reward ratio. Now, if you don't want a partial, then make sure that you're just trailing your stop as well. So while I'm waiting for Baba, it's time for me to trail my stop here. So entry is here. So this candlestick still has 8 minutes before a new candlestick form. Let's look at the 5 minutes. Trying to look at the volume bar here. So volume bar, first big volume bar here, it is an inverted hammer. Second volume bar is that small candlestick there. Third volume bar, that's huge. Did we find a support? Not yet. There was a bunch of sellers that went in there. Let's see if there's any other trades that we can take. Tesla's flat, Mara's flat, coin. Well, not Mara, but Mara already got the move. Coin already had the move. AMD's in the range. Nvidia having a little bit of a pullback in that moving average. Also, Nvidia having that strong resistance at the pre-market high. So yeah, no. SPY. It's just a tiny candlestick there. Still trying to compare the SPY's volume bar compared from previous candlestick or previous day, which was Friday. So 5 minutes, if this one closes above 86.73, that is a reversal there, right? Because you have almost a hammer here. If this closes above, then that can be a reversal there. So I don't want to turn this one into a red trade. That's why, let's see, my entry is there. We're curling up. We have less than 5 minutes before a new candlestick forms, which I would like to form. If it goes below here, then that means I can move my stop loss all the way down here. Okay. Three minutes before a new 15 minutes candlestick forms. Still have the volume to support it. Let's see. At 11.11. Now the new support that I'm trying to see whether this has the potential to go below the support is 86.55, but also be sensitive with what the volume is telling you. When we're pushing down, the volume is not there anymore, so this can also just consolidate at this level. SPY, if SPY had a pullback, that can help this trade too. This is what I'm looking at here. I don't like that it's building like that. We're forming a new inside bar. Inside bar can be a form of a reversal as well. That's why I would prefer that this one breaks that 86.55. SPY just found the VWAP as a support. I like that it had that moving average as a ceiling, serve as a resistance there, and got a rejection there. So 30 seconds before this one closes, I would like that to go open right here so I can start moving my stop loss at this previous candlestick. So that's how you move your stop loss. I use my 15 minutes. Or if you see that there's already a sign of reversal, then don't be scared to take some partial as well. Okay, 2 seconds. All right, new candlestick here. I need to have it form right here. So time to move my stop loss at the high of this candlestick. Give it 0.01. Let's see here. We formed that inside bar, so that can also be a form of a reversal there. So we have to take that into consideration. That wick, and some buyers came in, stepped in. Now what I can do as well is, just because it's a huge candlestick right here, I can just do a stop loss at 87.99 as well, just because, let's see, if I do 86.79, at least I can get 10 cents more if in case this reverses. No volume there, so bunch of consolidation is going to happen here. So let's see, just moving my stop loss here. So this is the form of trailing my stop that I get to do when I see that there's a potential for a reversal, because we now have an inside bar here. Then that's the time that I get to trail my stop as well. Because imagine if you're waiting for a long on a trade for this, you would like to see some confirmation to a reversal as well, right? So since we have an inside bar, potential for a long as well, but that's why in case some long jumps into this trade and this one squeezed in higher, I am still gonna protect my profit here and still come out green on this trade. So it did had a rejection at 86.76. We are now above the moving average, above the support of that S3 in the 1 minute. How about our 15? Let's see if this is gonna stop me out here. That's the challenging thing as well about having a small share size. Because imagine if you have a big position here, 86.95, and it already moved 86.55. That is already a 40 cents move with, let's say, 1,000 shares. That could have been a good, profit already. But just because I have only 700 shares, that is just like a very small green trade there. Let's see the volume bar here. So this one, 5 minutes, it did have that rejection or that reversal here at the 5 minutes. You have the inside bar, and then those who were long bias here, long this one at 86.72. That's the high of this wick. And that's why we have a stop loss right here. In case it still squeezes up, then I'm out of this trade. Nvidia formed the first sign of reversal there, 15 minutes, but just a high price stock. So you see here how you identify the reversal here. You have the inside bar, and that's why there's a squeeze there about to stop me out. All right, so I am out of this trade. So small green trade there. This can still have, let's see, we have the reversal here, 15 minutes. 15 minutes is still lower low, lower high. I just did not want to turn any green trade into a red, so that's why I went out there. So looking for the next trade. Arm, flat. Apple, not a good price action because there's a wick here. Where do you want to put your entry or stop loss? It's going to be hard. AMD, no trades to take here. This one could just be all the stop loss got hit here, and I'm one of them. But yeah, this can still have a potential to go down. All right, so looking for the next trade. Let's see at our AMD. Very weaky. The good short here is if it retested 101.79, which it did not. So no trades to take there. SPY. Looks like it finally found that trend. So AMD, when it had that pullback here, could have been a good long, but that would be hard to catch because there's not even a support right there. Nvidia in the 15 have that, but there's no trade to take here. All right, let's look for another trade. So the one that I'm looking at is, this is my watch list. All right, so watch list here is this. So now looking for another opportunity for us to do another trade. Right now, there's no trade to take in Mara, in coin. We're in between those levels. Tesla is flat. Apple, you have a big wick right here, so no trades to take there. Nvidia, have that little bit of a reversal at the 5 minutes or the 15, but high price stock, didn't want to trade into that. Interested in what AMD will do once it touched the high of the day, which is 101.79. Now that's not the place to short that, because that can easily just test the high of the pre-market, but that will catch my attention and I would just like to see what will happen in that level. So we're in the time of the day where there's going to be a lot of consolidation that's expected. And that's why at this point you should have shifted your time frame to 15 minutes just to silence those noise. I have a small position left. Baba here. So just trailing my stop here in Baba. Okay, what else? AMD, this is the one that I was waiting for. AMD about to test the high of the day, 101.8. Let's see, AMD. AMD is such a good long here, not at this time, but with that initial entry that I have at 100.13 because of that support that I was talking about back in August. Struggling here, your AMD. AMD really close to testing the high of the day. This can just pop at that. Let's see. So let's look at this together. So look at what AMD is doing here. AMD about to test this 101.8. There you go, 108.8, bunch of orders sitting there. So it had formed a new high of the day, 101.81. SPY is just still heading higher. So yeah, at least SPY had determined what it wants to do. So it's pushing up. AMD as well. Nvidia, a little bit of a pullback at the pre-market high. AMD's pre-market high is still all the way up here, 102.49. So nothing to take at AMD. Let's see, 15 minutes. So AMD had that high of the day, 101.8 as a resistance. Now will I short it at this level? Not unless SPY is showing some sign of weakness, not unless this is showing some sign of weakness in a higher time frame, which is 5 or 15. So we made that double top, 101.81. Daily looking very bullish. Give me an inverted hammer in the 5 minutes as well as the 15, then I can short this one. Otherwise, there's no trade to take. And of course, the SPY needs to be weak as well. SPY right now looks very bullish. Heading to pre-market high for the SPY. So AMD can pretty much just short squeeze people. So it's premature to short AMD at this point. Volume bar at the 5 minutes is high when it's pushing up and testing the high of the day. Daily looks very bullish. And look at that, it only retraced a couple of cents before pushing up. So this is the move. It's heading to 102 with a bunch of ask at 102. So that's the next destination here. So 102, still heading to 102 here. Big ask at 102. So 101.94, 93. Wait for a big pop to 102. I'm waiting for the pop on 102. 94, 95. Let's see. This is the one that, you just wanted to be on the silent. There you go. That's the pop. Awesome. So 102 SPY just went above the pre-market high and is still having that push. BABA stopped me out, but that was a good trade right there because BABA already have that reversal there. So looking at the daily at AMD is up now by more than 50 cents. So this is the reason why I was blown bias AMD initially, because of the daily. How the daily looks very bullish. So now strategy here is higher time frame now. You wanted to see either a 5, a 15 minutes for an AMD to look bearish before you even consider shorting it. 5 minutes is a high risk trade. 15 minutes makes it a lower risk trade. So this one can go to 102.49, which is the pre-market high, which at this point with that volume, it can. Now let's look at this level, 101.79. The way that you get to analyze is 101.79 at this level, 101.79. So a lot of those who were shorting this one at this level needed to cover their position, got short squeeze. So big volume bar right here. So SPY having some consolidation at the pre-market high. Apple as well is very bullish. Let's look at BABA, trying to see if there's a re-entry here to the short. How does our 15 minutes looks like? Okay. Let's see BABA. BABA 30 minutes. Have that hammer right there. About to test this. That hammer right there could just be a little bit of a pullback. AMD now struggling at that high. So just consolidating in this pre-market high, SPY. So thought process here is indeed BABA. Is BABA really heading higher versus is this a good place to be short? You have a big wick here. Good pullback pattern. AMD is still heading higher. I want this one to do double top, test again the high. So waiting for BABA to test the high of the day. So AMD struggling in that level. Volume is there. SPY just had a pullback. Thinking of, this is a high risk trade. Thinking of a small short here. Let's see when it goes below 101.92. Shorting AMD here. This one is a high risk. I do have SPY as well, having a pullback, a pre-market high. So that gives me a little bit of a support here with AMD. Stop loss here is the high of the day, 102.10. So small position, 0.10, 102.10. Entry is 101.87. So risking 23 cents. So risking, since I only have 300 shares, like $70 here. So high of the day is the stop loss, 102.10. Let's look at our 15. 15 just formed that wick. SPY just looks like it just had some pullback, but doesn't look like it has a continuation. That's why I'm not adding to my position here. So still 102.10 is the stop loss. So 102.10 is the stop loss. Did not want to add. Let's see if it has a very bearish candlestick in a higher time frame, can consider adding, but we are below the moving average here. What I don't like about SPY is SPY having the pre-market high as a support. Because imagine we are still close to pre-market high here. If SPY loses that level, okay, adding to my position to the short, AMD, stop loss is still high of the day. We are in that below the moving average here. 5 minutes is lower low, lower high. 102.10 is the stop loss. This is a low probability high risk trade, just because look at how far we are at the pre-market high. Our time 11:41. So imagine that there could be a lot of consolidation at this time. I don't like SPY that it's having the pre-market high as a support rather than the resistance. Look at a different sector. Nvidia is just under consolidation as well. So since I added to my position, my entry here to the short is 101.86. Again, this one can just short squeeze as well. So once it reached 102.1, this can have a dramatic move as well, because those who were short here can start to cover their position. So that can just dramatically push this price higher than 102.10. That's why I have a stop loss 102.10. So 102.10. SPY is heading higher, so I have to consider that with my AMD trade. AMD, so SPY is just very strong here. So let's see if this is gonna test the high. It did have a rejection at 102.05. So 102.10 is the stop loss here. SPY just formed a huge wick on the daily. So still stop loss is here, 102.11. We're about to form a new 5 minutes. I need that new 5 minutes to be lower low, lower high. So new 5 minutes here. So so 102.10 is the stop loss. 0403. We do have a bunch of orders here. Right now it's just even 0.10. About to get stop out here. There's a big order, 102.11. Okay, so I'm out of AMD here. Okay. Looking at BABA here, BABA potential for a reshort here. Reshorting BABA here. Okay, just have that rejection. So we entered short at BABA. Same entry as the one that I was on earlier. Much easier trade than AMD here. See, AMD had a lot of, yeah, just got short squeeze there. re-entered short AMD, but this one is a low probability trade. We're still at the high of the day here. Thing that I saw was SPY is having a little bit of a pullback. So AMD, we don't really know yet how far this pullback is gonna go. That's why stop loss is still the high of the day. 102.19. We're at 2.20, stop lost. Okay, out of that trade, AMD, not ready yet. SPY just had that first 5 minutes red candlestick. Wow, AMD is just so strong here. Big order 102.50. About to test the pre-market high. Let's see, that is the pre-market high now. SPY as well. Big volume bar came in. $102.49. There's bunch of ask, so 102.50 here. So this is still gonna push higher, 102.50. SPY is high of the day is 444.76. Coin having a pullback. How about Nvidia is testing the high of the day. Rejection there, that was the ceiling there, pre-market high. Good short here is at 102.21, below this wick. This candlestick still has, so 102.21 is a good short. That is SPY is gonna have a pullback as well. Otherwise, if it's not gonna have a pullback, then this one is just consolidating before another leg up. So less than 2 minutes before a new 5-minute candlestick forms. So 102.20. Possible short here based on what the SPY is gonna look like. So this candlestick here is about to, for the 5 minutes, 10 seconds left for this 5 minutes. Volume bar is not there yet when we're pushing down. SPY is still above the moving average. So still very strong here. Let's do our 15. SPY is forming new high of day. Nvidia just pushed and made a new high of the day as well. Bunch of 102.50 here, so this one is heading to 102.50. Waiting for this one to pop to 102.50. So SPY now is having that first pullback. SPY having a pullback here, thinking of reshorting this one. 102.21 is a potential for a short if SPY continues to have a pullback. Still not getting there. BABA at least is working, but only a small position in BABA for a short. So 102.22 is potential for a short. SPY just found a support at R3. in the 1 minute. So 102.22, potential short here. Okay, SPY just had another pullback, 102.22, entry to the short if it goes there. $26.25. There is some orders right there in 102.30. So it is still gonna go to that level, 102.30. There you go. R3 is in the SPY acting as a support. Entry here still is gonna be at 102.22. If it prints here, 25. Okay, entering short here, AMD. Stop loss is the high of the day, 102.48. SPY has that bunch of consolidation here. So stop loss is still the high of the day, 102.50. If I was aggressive enough, I could have added to this position, but I have a wider stop loss, so I just keep it. So entry here is 102.22. Stop loss is right here. So entry is 102.22. And of course I move my, where's my pre-market high here? Pre-market high is this level. So 102.22 for BABA, my entry is at 86.93. This is my re-entry to the short. So I re-entered short BABA. So this one is working nicely. I wish I could have more shares. We are in below the moving average there. SPY is heading to consolidation now. We're at below the moving average. Just add it to my position here. So this one is working nicely, but this can go either direction as well just because the SPY is just under consolidation. So trying to see how this one would react in that little bit of a push. Other shorts adding to their position versus longs are picking this up. Having a little bit of a push there. SPY is heading lower. So SPY looking good because I'm short. I had AMD as well as BABA. So SPY looking like a little bit of a pullback happen. There was a rejection there at 102.33. SPY having a pullback. So this trade is working in our favor here. Entry is at 102.22 to the short, but bunch of consolidation. BABA as well, 86.93 is the entry. Just gonna remove some lines here. plus here, high of the day. SPY still having a pullback, bunch of bid, so SPY is about to break the support here. So retested that high of the day, 102.48. Support was built. So SPY having still the pre-market low as a support. Okay, so out of AMD here. So re-shorted AMD here. New stop loss 102 or average cost 102.40. Your stop loss here is the high of the day, 102.62. Okay, out of this trade. Apple is about to do a double top. R3 having that resistance in AMD. Apple double top here. High of the day 178.95. R3 now. This one is gonna go to 103. Big volume here, 103. Apple just created a new high of the day. Next one, 103. This is gonna go right there, 103. Waiting for AMD to pop to 103. Big orders sitting at the ask at 103, so it will pop at 103 here, 102.89. So AMD finally is working after a couple of stop out. So while I'm watching AMD, entry here is 102.79. Still short BABA, but BABA is just consolidating 86.94. So those two positions. So yeah, just gonna be waiting for that move. So this one is working. While waiting for that, let me just have my breakfast. I'll be right back. Hello, just back from lunch. So still short at AMD, short at 102.78. SPY looks like it had found the high of the day, 44.96. This has an anomaly right here. Big volume bar. We usually get a gap right here if it went on a hold, which I don't think it went for a hold. So entry is still all the way up here. I'm still bearish on BABA here. Big volume bar here, so there is definitely some volume price analysis here, some anomaly here. So AMD trade is already working, but I'm just managing my position here in BABA because there's not a lot of liquidity. There's not a lot of prints in your tape, but we have been seeing some anomaly here. So yeah, at this point it's just a waiting game. Looking at Apple, look at how clean what Apple did. This one, highest volume here, 506,000. So almost 500,000 shares. Yeah, this one looks like it had reached that top, 179.70. This could be a good short at 178.82. But I do have two positions open, AMD as well as BABA, that I have to manage. So not gonna be opening any position at this time. SPY, a little bit of a pullback. So let's see here, just look at our thesis. So let's say this one is a good short at 178 with a stop loss at this level. So need to be patiently waiting at this level. 178.82 could be a good short. Stop loss is 179, so you're risking about a little less than 40 cents. Baba now is starting to look like a bunch of algos here. The only reason why I'm keeping this is my average cost is at 86.93. So still is green until this trade. But I'm also waiting for AMD's move, which I'm still short all the way up here, 102.79. I did have a couple of stop out here. So Apple here, thesis is still, if you shorted it here, so waiting for this price, 178.81, that will be a good place to short. Because at that level, using a higher time frame, at least a 15, you have higher lows starting to form. Plus you have this big volume bar right here, so that could mean that that would have been the last push up. Now if your SPY also is having a pullback, then that makes it a higher probability trade. So Baba is still a green trade, but I am seeing a setup in Apple, so I am just gonna close my position here. because Apple has a potential. And if this one is just consolidating, then I would like to have cover. All right, so all Alibaba, Apple here, shorting Apple. All right, small position at Apple. Stop loss here is 179.09. So Baba was still a green trade. My entry was 86.84, stop loss 86.88. So very small move, but needed to close my position so I can start a position in Apple because Apple looks like it's stopping. The thing that triggered me to be short bias with Apple was I mentioned earlier when we were still at this time, 12:45, that Apple is looking interesting. First is you see this couple of wicks, 3 wicks. So those 3 wicks, the thing that gave this one a high probability trade was this volume bar right here. So now you are associating the volume price analysis. What is this big volume bar telling us? It is telling us that those buyers who were pushing this up all were, let's see, that's 500,000 shares that was bought at that level. So for this one to go even higher than this level, 179, you will need at least 500,000 shares for buyers to step in. Now, all throughout the day, that volume only happened at the open at 9:38. So at 9:38, there were 500,000 shares that was bought or sold depending on that candlestick there. But that means you need at least 500,000 to hit the buy button for that to push higher. So that's why I shorted it here with a stop loss. My stop loss here is not the high of the day, but just that previous candlestick, which is 179.09. So volume is started to pick up here. AMD at least have some movements that's happening. Entry here 102.79. So yeah, expect some consolidation at this moment. $178.88. So risking 21 cents here. So this one is already working, but of course there's a small position. But yeah, the trigger there is this anomaly here. Bunch of buyers came in, but stop loss is 179, risking 21 cents. Big volume bar here, AMD, so that looks good. 15 minutes is still in the trend. Just need this one to break that low, 102.38. Just need to break that support. So 102.38. So let's see if Apple is gonna stop me out here. Look at the volume bar here. Not a lot of volume bar here with a big candlestick here. All right, so since just waiting for the moves, let's see if this is gonna stop me out. About to get stop out here. About to get stop out, 79.20. This is the anomaly that's happening there. This push right here, there's no volume to support it. Let's look at the SPY, lower low. Okay, so out here, All right, so since I'm waiting for AMD to have its move, still short at this level, yeah, just gonna be watching for that move, but just will keep on looking for any opportunities to do another trade. But right now, only one open position short at AMD. So this move took a while, but it's now working. Just doing some quizzes here. So yeah, that's the thing. If you're trading and you see that you use a higher time frame, then you have to know that higher time frame takes a longer time to happen. So sometimes what I do is I do other stuff on the side just because if higher time frame is not giving me what I wanted to do, like right now, I'm waiting for this one to touch 101.79. It will take a while. We are at 140. I'd like to see a power hour, which is at 3 to 4 Eastern Time. We are testing the support there, but still, support is still not broken. So until we broke that support and it form a new low, this one is just like waiting for a paint to dry. Testing the support, about to break that support. Retesting that support. That support is about to be broken. Reshorting Apple here as well. So AMD broke that support. Took a while, but it's working. Apple is working nicely as well. Reshorted it here. Very nice pullback here. Took a while. Very interesting to wait for the power hour. 3 minutes before the power hour. All right, 2 minutes before. Let's see, lots of algorithms right now. So I'll be right back. Hold on. All right, so I will be right back at the power hour. Hello, so we are back. It's Power Hour. My AMD short got hit, and yeah, just had a good profit there from 102 all the way to 101.8. Looks like we have a big volume that came, so I went all out and actually flipped my position. So now I have a long position at 101.90, just a small position here. So that is the entry. Stop loss here is just 101.74. So entry here 101.90, which is this. Apple trade also got hit, so that was a nice good trade short all the way down here 178.5. AMD initially was thinking of adding to this long. The only thing though is SPY is not looking so promising, doesn't look so bullish here because higher time frame is still lower low. So that's the reason why I did not add to my position here in AMD. What I'm looking at as well is BABA. BABA have formed this double top. So double top 87.13. So I'm looking for BABA to retest 87.14 again, or 87.13, which is the high of the day. And let's see if this one has a potential to go lower. Volume is dying when we're pushing up, but we are heading into that moving average. So that's the reason why I'm not adding to any positions yet. BABA, keeping a close eye on this. We have tested again the high of the day. So power hour here, BABA, let's see, will you give me some entry to the short? So AMD is flat. Volume, there's 102.10. Okay, BABA broke 87.13. We have now a new high of the day. BABA is getting interesting. This thing now, this one is actually looks nice to the short earlier, 85.88. But yeah, no trades to take right now. Let's see BABA. BABA looking for an entry to the short. It's very strong right now. So no. Big wick right here, big rejection at the 1 minute. SPY is just wick, 0.14 cents up for today. AMD struggling here. $101.80 is the stop loss here. So SPY is having a nice curl up. So entry here is 101.90. I'm gonna have a tight stop loss here. This one can just go either way as well, either direction. BABA had a nice squeeze to the top. It's now all-time high for the day. Well, all-time high for the day, 87.17. 101.9 would have been a good place to add. Now we're late by 0.09. If I add to my position, I would have to move my stop loss. SPY right now is about to head to the VWAP, so that can be a good resistance there. So just keeping my position here. Let's look at BABA. Waiting for a short entry to BABA. If it's gonna give us a signal to the short. There you go, SPY having a pullback here. Expect that to happen as well with AMD. $87.13. Let's see if we are seeing any imbalance in the bid and the ask. 87.13. The high here is 87.17. Be interested in shorting this one at 87.10. Still have a small position, just a 400 shares with AMD long with an average cost of 101.9. So would like to short this one at 87.11 using the 5 minutes here. A little bit of a pullback with the SPY. There's a lot of bid trying to stack up here. There's a 10 here. 87.14 is the next price tier. So hands is on the trigger to short this one, 87.14. Know that this can also just test the high of the day. So I don't like that there's not a lot of prints happening. So it's stalling at 87.13. That means that can easily just get short squeeze as well. So not moving. Let me manage my trade in AMD here. BABA still not done, pushing up. SPY is having a pullback again. That's why I did not get to add to this position. That's a big volume here when we closed red. Okay, this one is starting to get weak. Looking weak. Couple of 87.17, 2 rejection there. We have 2 wicks right there. So let's see. It's up by 0.06%. Starting a small short position here. Stop loss is just the high of the day, 87.7, 87.18. Had a little bit of a pullback there, helping my trade. AMD is not working though, so let's see our AMD trade here. Have some pullback. Stop loss 101.72. Let's put that in. So stop loss is just below that body of that candlestick. So let's look at BABA. Volume is there. Now if you're gonna put a big position here, that's very risky because we are on the high of the day. Easily can get tested. AMD. Let's look at the higher time frame. BABA. $57.10. Let's see what can our target be. 15 minutes. So we have 45 minutes before the market closes. BABA is flat. Not a lot of order flow here, not a lot of movement, so I don't like that. So AMD 15 minutes went higher high. Just moving my stop loss here. Since I do have a 15 minutes, I'm now using this 15 minutes right here. So moving my stop loss just below this previous 15 minutes candlestick. BABA, small position here, thinking of adding. The thing that's holding me back from adding is not a lot of prints in the tape. So I don't like that. That means there's not a lot of retail traders that's really jumping into this trade. So AMD so far is working. BABA is just flat. That is my entry right there, 87.13. Stop loss here is that 87.18. Okay, stop loss, high of the day. So we both have stop loss now here. If SPY have made a decision of where it wants to go, then it would be a good place to add an AMD, but SPY is just heading to that below this moving average here. BABA looks like pushing up, volume is not there, so let's give it some time to move. Apple did curl up, so I was able to capture this move. Curling up very slowly. So yeah, not a lot of not there's no follow through here. SPY just had a rejection there. Let's see if that's how the rejection is gonna happen as well with AMD. So we have the inside bar, could be the sign of reversal. Another inside bar. "15 minutes, we're at inside bar. So now that this can just go either way. So just a small position to the short, BABA, and small position to the long, 400 shares in AMD. Entry is this tail line. Stop loss is 101.79. So risking 12 cents. Looking for an obvious move here and a big position to the bid so I can add, but there's none. AMD just consolidating. Big volume bar. Pull back here. SPY. We are stacking up with bid here. Okay, so this one is working. Let's see, do we have enough time for the move? We have 40 minutes. Apple having a pullback, but I close my position here. See AMD inside bar again, but this one is higher than this, so just an inside bar. Doesn't look too bullish now. So moving my stop loss here, just below this previous candlestick, and okay, so I'm out of that trade. So that one, that reversal did not happen, did not work out, but BABA trade is working. What I'm actually looking at AMD, let's see. See the higher time frame. AMD is just so erratic now. Yeah, AMD can go anywhere because SPY is just under the VWAP. the first pullback for Disney. This would be a good place to, if this one closes red tomorrow around this level, 85.13 will be a good place to short Disney. So waiting for a bigger move to BABA. Could have been better if I have a bigger position. But yeah, 400, I'll take what it's giving me. So the thing that I like and the thing that triggered me to short this one is we have that double top. So double top here, this one at 87.15. When I saw that 87.15, we got a wick there. We got the inverted hammer. That's a recipe for a reversal. So short right there, a little aggressive with a short, but the 5 minutes gave me an entry. So you have first wick, second wick. So short here, 87.13, and it had now moved by 13 cents. So yeah, this one was a easier trade than AMD. AMD is just consolidating here, so there's no trade to take there. AMD can go either way. Let's see if, yeah, it's too overextended now to add to this trade. Still have a bid right here, so what time is it? We have more than 35 minutes, so let's see if there's any other trade that we can take. Mara is flat, Coin is flat, Tesla is flat. Apple, I did short Apple and it gave me that move. When it did show some sign of reversal, I was out, but yeah, that was a good move there. ARM is flat as well as AMD. AMD is trading below the moving average, so this can pretty much just test VWAP and lose VWAP because SPY already lost VWAP. What I was thinking of for AMD is will it be smart position for a swing? This one can break below 99 as well, so that's a possibility as well. Of course, AMD stopped me out, then just trying to see if there's any easier trade, Tilray. This is algorithmic trade. Cheap stock, 0.05. Cheap stock as well, 44 cents. Algorithmic trading. Wow, Pfizer looks like it's all-time low. Pfizer is all-time low. Let's see what Moderna's doing. mRNA. Wow, look at this dump. So Moderna had a dump from 114 all the way to 104. That's a $10 move. Wow. Let's see what's the catalyst. So just gonna be trailing my stop here. Oh. So took some position out. So this is the one that I was watching. right, well, hello everyone. Just gonna do a recap here. It's gonna be a short recap. It's a long day of trading day, and I only have a small green trade, which let's jump into it. All right, so for today, let me just make sure that my mic is working here. Uh, all right, so let's see. Let me share my screen here. So yeah, very small green trade, but I'll take what the market is giving us. All right, so let's see. All right, so for today, I traded Apple, AMD, and BABA. AMD was my trade of the day, BABA just a small green trade, and then Apple is a red trade there. So let's look into it. Apple was a loss. This one, I did a couple of stabs here. I had a little bit of an overtrade here just because I did not really capture all the move right here. So when there was a power hour, I thought Apple is gonna push up. So I started to build a big position here to the long, and then stop loss is just below the wick of this candlestick. I thought we're gonna push up because that's what AMD did with Apple. It did not happen. So I went long and got stop out at the wick right here. So a loss there of 190 in Apple. So with AMD is very active today. AMD is the whole day thing that I've been trading. What I like about AMD is the daily, and this is the one that I keep calling out, that AMD is about to test the low of this candlestick, which is that candlestick is back in May 25th. So let's see, sorry, that is August 25th of 2023. So almost a month ago, we have touched that level. So that level there went all the way to 99.55. At 99.55, it had made a good support, and that's what happened today as well. It made that 99.50s to be a good support, and then from that support, we saw a bounce. So was playing this one to the long and to the short side, which was pretty much profitable, but just because this SPY is having this very small candlestick, the strategy today was just to do a small share size. So just 100, 400, starting with 400 share size, and then building my share size from there. So with AMD, let's see right here, what I did was I got 722 to the long and 212 to the short. So first is, we know that there's a level right here a month ago. So right from the start, I was long bias with AMD. So we have a level right there. As soon as we get to see that level, I went long. But of course, I have to do a couple of stabs here. So if I will unzoom this one, so let's see if this is going to be clear if I do this. Or all right, so AMD, let's look at this. What I've been using is at least 5 to 15 minutes candlestick, and of course with a strong conviction if the daily has those levels as well. So I went long here, I got stop out, went long again, and I got stop out. This time, this is the pre-market low as well as last month's low, and that acted as a strong support. So I went long here, and then I added to my position, cover, tried to do short. This is the over trading right here. Try to do short, and that kind of make me a little bit red to the short, but I was able to capture this short right here. So that move made me dig myself out of the hole. And then at the closing or power hour, I started to do this one was a long. I got stop out. And then what I saw was it is starting to respect this support right here. So I went short, added to my position, was just covering. I just did not wanna, I wanna close all my position at 4. Did not want to do any post-market trading. It's already been a very long day. So I entered long, added to my position, started to build my position up here, and then cover. So with that, the long position, just because I built up my position, was the good trade, and I got 722 there. For the BABA, very small move BABA, but BABA is also a, let's see here, a green trade to the short. So since BABA was just moving very small moves, so I went short here, got stop out, short here, was able to capture this move. Short here again, that one is almost just a break even, short, and able to capture that. So since it's just 87.13 all the way to 87.01, we're talking about 12 cents, so not a lot there. So BABA, I was just up, basically flat there is $16 there. So for today, not a home run, 760 only, but I'll take what the market is going to give me, and that's what pretty much what I've been doing. If you see a SPY that is forming just a small candlestick at the daily, try to reduce your share size. At the same time, you have your higher time frame, 5 minutes or 15 minutes, to be your entry and stop loss. Based on those higher time frame, you get to ride the trend if it's going to give you, but you can reduce your share size as well, knowing that, if you're going to give it a little wider stop loss, then for you to mitigate the risk, you have to lower down your share size, and that's what we did today. So with that, very long day trading, but it's still green. So green is green. We'll call it a day, and then we'll do this again next time. So thank you so much for watching. If you do have questions, please feel free to check our website out. It's called ecourseunlock.com, and in that website, you will see our courses that we get to offer, and we also have our syllabus there. So check our syllabus out, see if our strategy fits your lifestyle, your strategy as well. And yeah, just keep us posted. If you have questions, please feel free to email us. We do have a real estate unlock as well as if you click this link, so you are going to be in that day trading area. That's our services, and this is our more than 64 hours of learning. We add to the content weekly, so learning never stops. We even break it down to the topic, so those topics you can see whether you need to brush on those topics versus you need to research on those. Now, if you just wanted to have to check it out and see whether day trading is for you, we do have our book now that is available in Amazon. Please check that one out. It's called Day Trading Unlocked by Mary de Guzman. It's just click this link and it will lead you to that Amazon link. Now, one of our favorite day trading strategy is an opening range breakdown, breakout. We haven't seen that much of a strategy that's forming just because we haven't seen a lot of gap up, gap down from SPY and the rest of individual stocks. But once we get to either have a SPY to be on a bull market, bear market, and to really have that gap up individual stocks, then this is a very profitable strategy, that opening range breakout strategy. We do offer this one for free, so if you want to just download that, just click this link and it will lead you to so we can email that 20-page PDF file, which is our opening range breakdown or breakout strategy. So again, thank you so much for watching. I'm sorry that today's video is a little longer than usual. It's just a very choppy day, but with a choppy day comes opportunity for day traders like us to make money. So I hope you had a green trading day. Happy trading, and we'll see you next time. Thank you. Bye.